Good morning to one and all present here. I, Anubhuti Datta, on behalf of the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, Tezpur University, extend my heartiest welcome to one and all present here. So, firstly, I request everyone to keep their mobile phones on silent mode for the smooth functioning of the program. And a very big welcome, and we are truly honored to have our esteemed guests, distinguished faculties, and all the participants for our uh, 12 days course by GIAN course on human rights reporting and development journalism, which is going to be from 4th to 16th of November. So I'd request Dr. Kopo Malakar ma'am to give, who's the course coordinator and a dedicated faculty of the department, to give us an overview and an opening remark of the course. Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. So it's a bright and hopeful day, and we are all set to start a 12 days long GIAN program. It's our honor to have the presence of respected Dean Academics, Dean Humanities and Social Science, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, dear research scholars, and students. It's an honor to welcome you all to this 12-day workshop on human rights and development journalism, which is sponsored by Ministry of Education, Government of India. And we are fortunate that we have with us the international fellow, Professor Hanan El Essi from Qadiad University, Morocco, who will be sharing her experiences and insights with us. This workshop exemplifies our commitment to interdisciplinary learning, particularly in times when the ethical responsibility of media and public trust are paramount. So, human rights reporting and development journalism are two interconnected fields with having some commonalities, such as the issues which fall under the spectrum of human rights will also integrally form the aspect of development journalism. So, human rights reporting involves basically protecting and safeguarding the dignity and freedom of every individual, and shedding light on the marginalized conditions and trying to promote awareness on this marginalized condition, why it has happened, and how it could be changed. So, development journalism, on the other hand, focuses on reporting of development issues that affect social progress, including health, education, infrastructures, and also poverty related issues. The course aims to equip participants with a comprehensive understanding of human rights reporting and development journalism, with a focus on both global perspective and local contexts. And the course proposes to address the question of representation of development centric issues in news media, with a specific focus on women, children, and minorities in media. Another aim of the course is to bring together individuals from diverse backgrounds and professionals to engage in meaningful discussions, who can share their experiences with us and also promote their understanding on issues of global relevance, and that too in local contexts. So, our goal is to cultivate a platform for the exchange of ideas, collaboration, and learning from each other's experiences. So, the course emphasizes the need for having an interaction between media and NGOs, assessing the challenges, weaknesses, and opportunities in NGO media interactions, and the perception of journalists and NGO professionals about each other, and accommodating their diverse perspectives and insights. And I'm confident that we will gain new insights and also have a very lasting connections with each other. and I wish to have a very enriching and successful workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kopo Malaka ma'am, for that insightful introduction. This course promises to be a meaningful journey for all participants. Next, it's my honor to invite Professor Abhijit Bora, the head of the Department Mass Communication and Journalism, Tezpur University, to extend a warm welcome to all. Thank you, sir. Sir, can you please?
Respected Vice Chancellor of INSER's today's program, today, Professor Hawk, GIAN University Coordinator Professor Horma, Dean Madam Professor Farhina Danta Madam, and specially Professor Hanan LIC, who is coming all the way from Morocco for enlightening us and exchange of ideas, and Dr. Kopo Malakar, my dear colleagues and students as well as participants. You're all from communication background, so I don't have to further reiterate the importance of human rights reporting as well as development journalism. What I believe is, unless somebody is informed, a person cannot make a right decision. So reporting is very important, or it is ultimately, I always say that media is an informal university. Informal because you don't have to be a technically literate person to access information. And open university because here anything and everything which is of some concern to the society or the immediate community has to be discussed here. Whether it is gay rights, whether it is human rights violation, whether it is Ukraine, Russian war, Israeli, Palestinian clashes, anything. And let us leave the decision for taking taking a decision to the individual readers or the audience. For that we have the opinions. But more important is to inform, so that people can be informed to take a decision before they plunge into some action. And I was in journalism, but active journalism. Nowadays, my viewpoint is slightly changing. Earlier, even now, one major issue is that journalism or media is supposed to inform. But now I believe media and journalism is also supposed to make a person active into doing something meaningful for the society. The transformation is also the responsibility of media and journalism nowadays. So I believe ideas about human rights reporting as well as tidbits about various aspects about development journalism will be very the rightful steps towards this transformation. I wish you all a good time, and especially thank you again for coming here, and I believe you will be enlightened to a big extent following this exchange of ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bora sir, for your warm welcome. Now we proceed to a special moment of felicitation. So I'd request our esteemed guests to come to the dais. I'd request Akanksha to welcome them. I'd request our HOD Bora sir to felicitate Professor Rajak R. Haq, Acting Vice Chancellor. Not now, sir. No, from Professor Haq, sir. Rajakar. Professor Rajakar Haq, sir, Acting Vice Chancellor. I would also request Bora sir to felicitate Professor Farhina Danta ma'am, Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. I'd request Kopo Malaka ma'am to felicitate Professor Hanane El Essi from Qadi Ayad University, Morocco. I'd also request ma'am to felicitate Professor Shantanu Sharma, our local coordinator for the GIAN course. Thank you to our faculty for the felicitations. Moving forward, it is now time for the principal address, which would be delivered by Professor Shantanu Sharma sir, our local coordinator and a distinguished faculty member from the Department of Electronics. Sir.
Okay, so respected Professor R.R. Hawk, Dean Academics and Vice Chancellor in charge of Tezpur University, respected Dean HSS Professor Farhina Danta, Professor Abhijit Bora, HOD Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, esteemed resource person Dr. Hanane El Aisi, University of Qadi Ayad, Morocco, respected colleagues, my dear participants and students. A very good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure I welcome each one of you to this Ministry of Education sponsored GIAN course on Human Rights Reporting and Development Journalism. Global Initiative of Academic Networks, or GIAN, was initiated in the year 2015 by the Ministry of Human Resource Development with a vision to enhance the quality of higher education in India by fostering collaboration with the foreign universities, external experts. Okay. So already Tezpur University has conducted several GIAN courses up to the phase 3. Currently, the phase 4 of GIAN is going on and IIT Hyderabad is the coordinating institute. This course is first among the courses applied from Tezpur University in phase 4. The phase 5 is going to be started from the January 2025. Okay. So today's program is basically a manifestation of our commitment to building these goals, partnership and sharing knowledge that goes beyond the borders. First and foremost, let me extend my warm welcome to our distinguished guests, scholars, and all the participants who have traveled from different places to be a part of this momentous occasion. As we proceed for this workshop, I urge you to not only absorb the knowledge shared, but also interact and contribute actively. In conclusion, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism and to the course coordinator, Dr. Malakar, and especially to the former local coordinator, Professor Nayandip Dekaburu. Actually, during his term only, this course was applied, okay, for their tireless effort in the putting this event together. I extend my appreciation to our sponsor, the Ministry of Education, and also the National Coordinating Institute, IIT Hyderabad. I hope this course will be beneficial to you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sharma sir, for your inspiring words. Now I request Farhina Danta ma'am, Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, to inspire us with her words.
Professor Hawk, who is the Dean Academic and today the VC in charge, Professor Sharma, the GIAN coordinator, head of the department, Professor Bora, coordinator of this course, Kopo Malakar, then our esteemed resource person, Professor Hanan Aisi, and his husband, Mohammed. Welcome to Tezpur University, and it gives me pleasure to be part of this inaugural function. Now, all these courses, whether under the banner of GIAN or under the aegis of Tezpur University, are about dissemination of knowledge. We are here to learn and also to train. As we train, we learn and we grow, whatever the subject. Now, today's course is about human rights reporting and about development journalism. Human rights reporting, whether it is about breach of rights or suppression of rights, or do we also promote human rights as we report on them, as we write about it? Because we have seen all around that there has been a lot of suppression of rights. People are afraid even to articulate. And if people cannot articulate what is there in their mind, if they cannot express themselves, I feel a major part of their freedom is gone. Okay, you cannot say what you like and be offensive in public, but I believe the more we express ourselves, the more we can maybe come to a better understanding of things, including issues pertaining to social welfare. Whether it is poverty alleviation, it is education, it is gender consciousness, all these things need to be addressed with sincerity, in depth, and without actually making it just newsworthy. Reporting need not be only about screaming headlines. I've said this before, and I would like to repeat myself at the cost of being boring, because this is something which we are struck by nowadays. Especially the electronic media, it has decided they need to shout. And we have seen very important anchors as well as local anchors shouting. Instead of that, shouting in the sense that they feel they need to make headlines. No. The news needs to be reported quietly, with dignity. Even if there is a serious problem that they are reporting, we don't need screaming headlines. Anyway, journalists who do the reporting also have their rights. They also need protection. They can do better without intimidation, which we see. And I believe they can also go beyond patronage. We hear all kinds of things nowadays about patronage from different ideological setups. That also is sometimes a problem. But coming back to the course, the way you can report on human rights issues, the way you can draw attention to social welfare schemes, including development issues, and how to make the public more aware so that together we can move forward. That, I believe, is the goal of learning these issues and reporting them in the right manner. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak here. I wish the coordinator and the participants all success, and also thank you to the coordinator of the GIAN course. Thank you.
Thank you, Farhana Danta ma'am, for your insightful words. It is my honor now to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Hanane El Essi from Qadi Ayad University, Morocco. An internationally acclaimed expert, Professor El Essi will share her valuable perspectives on this pivotal field. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. In Morocco, we greet each other by saying the word salam. Salam means peace. So, esteemed professors, distinguished guests, participants, my dear students, I wish you a blessed morning full of peace, prosperity, and resilience. This is my first time to India, but I hope it will not be the last one. Of course, I have visited India through Indian books, through Indian authors, through reading Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, through reading Chal Padre Mohanty, through reading Homi Baba, and many others. And I have visited, of course, India in my dreams. And now I can see that my dream has become a reality and has been achieved. Thank you very much. So the first thing that I would like to say is I would like to thank deeply Professor Dr. Kapo Malakar for inviting me and for organizing such an event, because I do believe that she has opted for a very up-to-date topic, which is about human rights and development journalism. This is something that we all need today. So it's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather in the celebration of human rights, which I do believe is one of the fundamental pillars in humanity. So human rights today, as members of the Global Academic Initiative Network, so we unite not only in recognition of human rights, but also in a shared commitment to uphold, protect, and promote these rights through knowledge, through education, and the transformative, power of learning. According to Michel Foucault, knowledge is power, and this is the thing that we are seeking at universities and faculties. In many ways, human rights are the foundation of everything we do. If I didn't have the right to travel, I wouldn't come to India. So this is the thing. If I didn't have the right to have a good name, so my name wouldn't be Hanan. So these are our rights, and we must enjoy our rights. So these rights affirm our dignity, our worth. They remind us of our shared humanity, and they pave the way for compelling us to envision a world where all people are treated with respect and fairness, free from fear or prejudice or discrimination or racism. In essence, they are a compass guiding us toward a more just and inclusive society. We recognize, however, that the journey towards this vision is neither simple nor straightforward. Around the world, individuals face daily challenges, whether through conflict, discrimination, poverty, or inequality, that undermine their rights and freedoms. Unfortunately speaking, these issues remind us that human rights are not merely words on paper, and they shouldn't be. They are real, tangible, and this is why we are here, to just foster their implementation, their protection, because they must be actively defended and protected. The Global Academic Initiative Network, with its commitment to cross-disciplinary, cross-cultural engagement, is uniquely positioned to foster a new generation of leaders like you students of this Tezpur University, thinkers and advocates who will champion human rights in every arena. Education, I do believe, is one of the most powerful tools we have to advance, in order to advance human rights. It empowers individuals, equips societies with knowledge, and instills in us the values and the virtues of tolerance, respect, and justice. As we celebrate today, let us remember that promoting human rights goes beyond acknowledging them. It requires active, ongoing effort, hard work. It calls upon each of us to embody these principles not only in our academic work but in our daily interactions. We are not just participants in a celebration, and this is our aim. We are architects of a future in which human rights are upheld as the foundation of peace and prosperity. Let us also pay tribute to the countless individuals and organizations who have dedicated their lives to defending human rights, often at a great personal risk. Their courage reminds us that we too are capable of making a difference. We are capable to change the world. We are capable to make our world a better place where we can enjoy our life in peace and prosperity. Whether through research, advocacy, education, or outreach, every effort counts, and together our collective impact can be profound. As we continue to expand our knowledge, let us strengthen our resolve to transform that knowledge into action. And this is the thing that we are going to do. Through global academic initiative and collaborative effort and this cultural exchange, we have the potential to bring human rights issues to the forefront, raising awareness and inspiring change in ways that ripple across continents and generations. So thank you for being part of this very important pre-ordinance program, which I do believe is very up to date. So again, let us carry the spirit of today's celebration forward into our classrooms, into our lectures, our research, and our communities also, so that we can build a world where human rights are not only celebrated, but fully realized for everyone and everywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Al Assi, for your enlightening address. Now, for the presidential address, it is our honor to invite Rajak R. Haq sir to the podium.
Dean School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Madam, um, Professor Sharma, the coordinator of this program, Dr. Malakar, our esteemed guest, Professor Hanan, Registrar of Tezpur University, and participants, and colleagues from Mass Comm department. Good morning and welcome. Well, I'm not really very prepared for today's thing because I teach something chemistry and physics, and but what I understand that human rights is inherent with every human being. Rights are something you don't have to look around that where is that human right, what is that, but it is inherent with every human being irrespective of caste, creed, religion, nationality, whether I'm native or immigrant, whosoever it is, you all inherently have human rights. And history of human rights, as we know as student, that we have several decades after that Second World War, that United Nations came up with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And if you see the UN Charter, the first clause says about dignity of human rights, if I'm not wrong. And just now you said that it's dignity to have your name, and I'm talking to you, and it happens everywhere. Wherever I go, my name is misspelled, my name is not pronounced well. My name is Raza. Okay, if you can call me Raza, or you can call me sir, not anything else. Okay, or you can also call me Professor Hawk or Dr. Hawk. Never mind, I'm just never mind. Okay, yeah. So dignity is inherent with everyone and every one of us. And if you see the developments in India, India has a written constitution. Many countries don't have the written constitution, and therefore our rights are written down in the Constitution of India. We call them fundamental rights. And if you see them, I mean that Article 21 of the Constitution that guarantees us right to life, and right to life is also there in the UN Charter, I think clause 3. So right to life, but with these other rights, a right to freedom of expression, freedom of having any profession, and we have right to equality and right to religious practices and all that. And I mean the Constitution of India, it has written down these fundamental rights, and which actually has all those elements of the human rights that is there in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What I want to share here is that India, we have a written constitution, unlike many other countries, and whatever is written down in black and white is not the only constitution, but all that the interpretations, commentaries which has come about those Constitution of India, they are all part of that. I mean, what I mean to say that all the fundamental rights what you see in black and white written down in the Constitution of India, that is not the only set of rights we enjoy, but all those commentaries, all those interpretations, they all become kind of elements of the fundamental rights we have. Likewise, the right to life, which is guaranteed, that is the prime of all those rights we have in India and elsewhere. The right to life, which is guaranteed by Article 21 of the Constitution of India, that has been interpreted many times, and today we understand that all those components which enrich our life, right to enrich our life, which makes our life better, they are all a component of right to life. If you see that for example, right to livelihood is one such very important right, which is already understood, and which is the judiciary has already commented on that. And this reminds to me one of those very I must say that the first of all in India, one of those legal cases in India was, uh, from Bombay. It was between, Bombay Municipal Corporation versus Olga Tellis. Olga Tellis versus Bombay Municipal Corporation. One of those cases that was in the 80s that had come to Bombay High Court. Now we call Mumbai, but so in that case, actually, if you can share here that there were some pavement dwellers in Bombay, and Bombay Municipal Corporation, they realized that these pavement dwellers are doing some nuisance, and in affecting our traffic, affecting our movement, and also it is affecting the aesthetics of the location, because with pavement dwellers, they are not just merely living there, they are doing a lot of other things. And then they decided to hurl out those pavement dwellers from there, and they did that. And then this one of those pavement dwellers and one journalist, they moved the Bombay High Court that these pavement dwellers who are there, they are not merely living there, they are also associated with that place with the kind of livelihood they have. Somebody is ironing cloth, somebody is mending your shoes, somebody is doing something or the other, and their livelihood is associated with that location. And when you move them out from there, they lose their livelihood. So how livelihood could be a component of right to life? The court explains that you must have some decent earning to have a dignified living. That my livelihood is associated with my dignity. As a human being, we should be allowed to live like human beings, and and therefore we need to have some decent earning to have a dignified life. And court explained that when right to livelihood is as fundamental as right to life, and because with that livelihood you can live with dignity. And many of us know that there was another such very important case in Bombay High Court, was that madam, another very important, it reminds me, there was one dance bar cases, if you remember that in Maharashtra and Mumbai, Pune, there are many such dance bars. They were shut down, and then the same thing that those dance bars, those women who work there, they are supporting their life, and it was a part of their kind of a livelihood, and they are having a life with dignity with that livelihood. So that as I told you that every one of us, it is inherent that we have the inherent human rights, one of us. And journalist's job, as I understand that just now the HOD was saying that journalist's job is to report and also to make opinion. I don't know if you really have to make opinion, but what I understand that journalist's job is not to take bird's eye view from outside and see where is that human right violation and where. As I understand that human right is there everywhere. Every issues have to have where you can explore that human right angle. Not going by that bird's eye view, but if you allow me to, madam, to use a word, a frog's eye view, we call that a frog in the well. You be there and take a look here and there, and take a frog's eye view and see what's happening and report. I think that would probably make more sense when you are talking about human rights. And also, as I teach environment, at the end I must want to tell you that climate change and sustainability is probably the biggest story of the millennium, and that is where we have a lot of such human rights issues with those stories. And I would like if any such session on climate change and human right is also done in this department, that would be great. So with this, I wish luck to everyone. I wish best wishes to all those learners here. I'm sure something fruitful will come out from this workshop. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, I declare that these sessions are inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and my sincere apologies. I understand how important it is to pronounce someone's name, so my sincere apologies to Raja Haq, sir. So now moving on to the next, we'd like our participants to introduce themselves to our esteemed panelists. Okay. Okay, like according to the schedule. So I'll just click on. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, sir. Participants? Yeah, I'm not sure. Will they go there? I re- Participants. So, I request all the participants to introduce themselves to the esteemed guests.
Hello everyone. Good morning to the resource person. I am Dr. Pooja Sen. I teach media in a college.
Thank you.
I basically teach development journalism and journalism as a whole. So I came here so that I get a global perspective, and then I can teach my students. And also I'm interested in writing, no doubt, but then basically I teach media right now. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Bhavananda Kalita from Bokakat, a senior journalist of a daily newspaper. I am coming here to participate in the.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everyone here. I am Rizwana Hussaini. I'm a PhD candidate from the English department here. My interest in enrolling for this course is that my thesis deals with the representation of Muslim women in resistance literature, and I do have future plans of going on for maybe further research in think tanks and doing further research on this topic. I'm very interested in human rights, so I thought that this is the perfect opportunity for me to get a bit more of an in-depth on the field experience about this. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Teresa Ning Hoi Kim, and I am from the Department of English too. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. My dear professors and my juniors. Myself, Mridushmita. I was a student of mass communication and journalism only, 2020 to 22, and currently I'm working at an organization called SESTA, which stands for Seven Sisters Development Assistance, and I look after the fundraising and communications part. So before coming to the FR part, I was a field executive at one of the remotest districts of Assam. So, and also my interest areas lies in development communication, which development journalism, sorry, and which is why I have joined the workshop, and I'm looking forward to a very meaningful session. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone present here. Myself, Piyali Shaha. I am a master's student of this department, Mass Communication and Journalism, and I'm looking forward to this workshop.
Good morning, ma'am. Nikita Hazarika, and I am pursuing masters here in mass communication and journalism. And we all are looking forward to have an enriching session with you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pranjal Halai from the Department of Mass Communication Journalism.
Hello, everyone. My name is Subrajit Gogoi, and I am from Mass Communication Department.
Hello, everyone. I am Amanjit Chaudhary, and I am from Mass Communication Department.
Good morning, ma'am, and everyone present here. I'm Sunera Sunwal from this department itself, and I'm looking forward to learn something from this workshop.
Good morning, ma'am. Myself, Richa Methi. I'm a student of Mass Communication and Journalism from this department.
Good morning.
Good morning, one and all present here. My name is Sanket. I am a second semester research scholar from the Center for Multidisciplinary Research. My research area includes internal migration and climate change and the health of the migrants. So I'm very much looking forward for these mini journalism courses, which I wanted to pursue in a full-time course, but due to some lack of time and some other reasons I couldn't. So I'm very grateful for the department for organizing such program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the participants for the wonderful introductions. Now we'd like to take a moment to welcome Professor Bishwal sir to the department, and we would request Bora sir to felicitate him with a gamusa. We request Biswal sir, the registrar of Tezpur University, to speak a few words.
Good morning to all of you. Esteemed Vice Chancellor in charge, Professor Haq, absent here. Esteemed Dean Madam, School of Humanities and Social Science. Esteemed Professor Sharma, Coordinator. Dr. Sammalakar, and esteemed guest, Professor Hana, and Professor Bora, my friends, head of the department, all participants, dear students, research scholars, all delegates. Just I don't know about this. I am not expert this area. Just morning I got the news, also information. I have collected some information about human rights. This topic, the global initiative of academic networks, the human rights reporting and development journalisms. See, according to your concept note, already I have here. Already you have mentioned here the human rights agenda, that is issues. The human rights comprehend the fundamental freedom and entitlements that every individual is inherently and entitled to live fair and a dignified life. On the other hand, the development of journalism focuses reporting issues that affect the social progress and including poverty, education, healthcare, and infrastructures. But about the human rights issues in our country, as a India is a developing country, 145 crore population, so many issues here. But already I have collected some uh, things about the agenda by issues. Probably the main issues of human rights here, we know human rights include right to life and liberty and freedom from slavery and tortures, freedom of opinion and expression, right to work and educations. Also, so many rights issues. Another is arbitrary detention, crimes against humanity. Another also sexual and gender-based violence, genocide, tortures, and war crimes. This is a issues of the present situation. Then what are the challenges in our country? The poverty and global inequalities. You know, in India, out of 145 crore population, probably 40 crore is below poverty line. That's why our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji also giving 80 crore people up to another 5 years a ration card also. You know that news. And poverty and global inequality is discrimination, and that is a democratic deficit, the right to inequality. But this is also Article 1. Similarly, are also human rights 5 Rs. One is recognized, reform, react, record, and reports. Similarly, another 5 are the foundation of a citizenship, rights, role, resources, responsibility, and relationship. The 5 are of the foundation of a citizenship. Similarly, another concept note about poverty, education. Another is your infrastructures. No doubt, India probably last 10 years, last government, they are declaring 25 crores. Already poverty reduction is over. Till today, by last day, by yesterday, or latest news, in India, 13 crores below poverty line people are staying. 13 crores. Last news, by yesterday news. How will you reduce, as you are the journalism department student, this is the, how will you cover this, how many people are below poverty line? Then it is your, because spreading the news, you know, according to the government of India by constitution, the 4 pillar, the media journalism 1 pillar, that is how will you describe the all things. Another thing is poverty, another also infrastructures, and another is your education. You know, 2010, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, right to education also came, new rights of the as a human being. Similarly, infrastructure, now present day, the so many company, they are not properly maintaining. That's why, suppose people are working 10 to 12 hours, 15 hours in organization, they are not providing proper HR benefits. Also, according to the Companies Act 1956, but 2000, latest 2013, then they have clarified different types of workers, skilled worker, semi-skilled worker, high skilled worker. According to that, they will provide the wages. Then this is my just, I collected some news about the human rights, how will you solve your department, your professor, your mentor will solve the all problems and best wishes, and how will you success this program. Your coordinator, Professor Sharma and Dr. Malakar Madam will Also, congratulations and best wishes. How will we solve this program that is all types of problems in the country? Then either as a poverty, either education, either infrastructure, then healthcare, how will you solve in your country in future? This is up to you as a journalism student. This is the highlight the society. Our main motto is how to the poverty reduce from the country. Thank you so much. Best wishes, Mass Communication Department.
Thank you so much, Biswal sir, for your inspiring words. Okay, so moving back to the introduction of participants. So the remaining participants, would you please come ahead and introduce yourself?
I am Mrs. Bokul Roy from Tezpur town. I have an NGO. I am just secretary, state secretary, or I am also a research scholar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And anyone else who's left?
I am Disney Hazarika, a third semester student from MCJ.
Hello everyone. Good morning, ma'am. My name is Pragya Haloy and I'm a research scholar here at the Mass Communication Department. Although I'm not academically trained in journalism, but as a researcher who will be going into the field soon, I believe that this course is going to help me become a more ethical storyteller, I believe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tanoy Patim New. I am a research scholar here in this department.
Now I'll request Dr. Kaupu Malaka ma'am to take forward from here.
As we have come closer to the end of the inaugural ceremony, I would take the privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would express my gratitude to our distinguished guest, Professor Hanane, who have come all the way from Morocco to resource the session. I would also take the opportunity to express my gratitude to esteem our esteemed professor, Dean of Academics, and also Dean Humanities and Social Science for gracing our event with their esteemed presence, as well as our register sir, who have also joined us at the end moment and raised the occasions. Your support and encouragement is really invaluable for us. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Santanu Sarma sir, local coordinator, GIAN, for supporting me throughout to the conduct of this event. Then my sincere thanks goes to HOD sir for timely support and encouragement. My special thanks goes to GIAN for understanding, for coordination and timely support. I appreciate their commitment to academic initiative, for tapping the talent pool of resources of entrepreneurs and scientists and to engage them in academic activities, and also augment the existing academic resources. Uh, I would also like to thank our students and research scholars who are in the organizing team, who have tirelessly involved in live streaming of the event, and will also involving throughout these 12 days sessions. And I'm sure that your hard work will not go unnoticed, and I hope that we will have a successful workshop for 12 days. I would also thank to the participants and each of you who are present here and join us today. So let us carry the spirit of collaboration and commitment forward as we move ahead. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thank you so much to Dr. Kopomalaka ma'am. Now we will take a short break and the tea is ready outside. So I request everyone to go and have their tea and snacks. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello.
So where shall I put it? Here? Can we just make a try then if I would like this, is it near? Let's see, let's just try. Can you put off the microphone? Just for 1 second. Okay. Okay, just like this.
Ma'am, we will also require the PPT, your PPT now, so that we can switch that PPT with your talking head, no, your presentation. So they are supposed to take the PPT
To make a try if everything is fine. Oh, you need it now?
You ask what you want.
This is tea?
Yes, thank you. You'll need a water bottle also?
Yes, good.
Okay.
Ma'am, is there anything
Yeah, I
else?
think
water is here. Okay, tell them they should stop because I would like just to give you the lecture. Okay. Yes, thank you. So let's see.
Yes, sir.
Is it working? Yes. Yes, okay. No, is it working? Can you help me?
What is the problem, ma'am?
No, just with the. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we start? What's the time? Not yet afternoon. Not yet. It's not afternoon yet, I think. What's the time now? 11 to, okay, not yet. It's always morning. I don't know. I think it's fine. Do you hear me? A little bit? Can you approach it a little bit? It's fine like this? It's fine? Yes, okay. So it's fine. First of all, I am very glad, okay, to participate in the GIAN program. And again, I would like to thank profusely Professor Kapo, Dr. Kapo Malakar, for inviting me to participate in such an event, which I do believe very preponderant. Well, so the first thing I think that you should know is that who am I? This is maybe the first question that all professors ask, and it's not today. I'm not going to answer it philosophically speaking, but just to give you an idea about my work and my job at Qadi University. So my name is Hanan El Aisi, and I'm professor of Literary and Cultural Studies. I work in the English department, Faculty of Letters and Humanities, Qadi University. And of course, I am very specialized in gender studies as I have written many articles, indeed, and 2 books. One is in the Arabic language and one is in English. So you can just Google my name and you can have access to all my publications and my work. In fact, what I do exactly is that I read about women, or I read women's writings, and I study them critically speaking. And I approach them from post-colonial perspectives, from cultural studies perspectives, and I write, of course, articles because my purpose is just to voice women's rights and women's intellectual works, to affirm and confirm that women have a voice, okay, and they can, for example, express themselves in writings. I'm also sometimes engage in civil activism, and I am a member of the permanent member of a laboratory inside the Faculty of Letters and Humanities at Qadi University, and I'm also members in some associations and some organizations. why? Because I'm very interested in tracking Moroccan, not just Moroccan women, but writings, but even I work on African women's writings. Sometimes even I teach my students Afro-American women's writings. So this is grosso modo so my field of work. Well, so you have also here my email. This is my professional email of UK. So you can, or students who have some questions or some inquiries, so that they can contact me, okay, and I can answer their questions. So you are very welcome. Well, so let's go back to this very important, I do believe, lecture. So the first thing that you should know the lecture objectives. So the first one is to trace the historical background of human rights. So we are going to see that human rights, it's not something recent. They are not that recent, but they are deeply rooted in history. The second objective is to define human rights. What are human rights? What do we mean by human rights? And what are human rights that we all enjoy everywhere? The third objective of this lecture is to highlight human rights and their intersection with media tracking. We do believe that media tracking or the mass media in general, so it plays a very fundamental role in tracking human rights, either human rights advocacy or human rights violations. But at the same time, we are going to deal with media and development journalism from a critical lens, because we do believe that the media sometimes, of course, it has some bias, some prejudices while tracking human rights, and sometimes it is a sort of raising awareness about the question of human rights. Well, so I think that you know this figure. It's a very famous figure that all Indian people, of course, know. So it's not just the father of India, but we do believe that he is the father of the whole world. Okay, and of course, Mahatma Gandhi. So talks about also human rights, and he is one of the fundamental milestone personality in the history of human rights. So according to him, the greatness of humanity is not being human, but in being humane. So the greatness of humanity shines through in our endless capacity to create, to connect, and to be creative. So the question of being humane, this is what is of paramount importance, not just to be human beings like any others, no, but to be human is to be endowed with virtue of peace, the virtue of respect, the virtue of dignity, to respect each other and to be tolerant, to accept the other. So this is all these virtues, so we learn them from many personalities and many fundamental figures who have influenced not just the history of human rights, but they have influenced the cultures and the peoples all over the world. So this is something that I have opted for to begin my lecture, because I do believe that we should pay a tribute, okay, to these people, and we should get very inspired by these people, because they did a great job, and we as professors, as students, as participants in this course, so we should feel the responsibility how to implement human rights. Human rights, of course, we have, as we are going to see, there are many declarations, there are many covenants and many treaties or global treaties, but what concerns are not just, it's not just what is on paper, but we would like to activate what is on paper and to put it into action. And this is why we are here. We are going to try to just maybe look for solutions and for how we can implement those rights and just elevate them from the papers. Good. Another personality, so, is Nelson Mandela. Also, is, I do believe, is also a very wonderful personality in the world, and we can also get inspired by this personality. So according to him, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. So this is the first thing that we should enjoy is our dignity, is our mutual respect, is our tolerance, okay? Beside the right to life, for example, and beside the right to property and the other rights. So, but this is the most important thing that Nelson Mandela emphasizes in this quotation. And by the way, this quotation is taken from the 1999 speech, okay, of the June 26th. So he had spoken about so many issues, and among them, of course, human rights. So what human rights, what's in a name? So what do we mean by human rights? So maybe this is the first question that we might ask. And how can we define human rights? What are human rights? So these are the things that we are going to see. Human rights, as the professor said, okay, recently or beforehand, so they are rights that are inherently basic to everyone, regardless of who you are, wherever you are, however you are, whatever you are. So you should enjoy all your human rights because you are a human being. So those rights are inherently, and they are guarantees. They are automatically guarantees to everyone, regardless of your race, of your ethnic group, of your gender, of your sex, so of your nationality. So you are acquainted and you are entitled to those basic rights, like the right to life, right to have a very good proper name, right to property, freedom, right to freedom, for example, right to liberty, right to dignity. So all these rights are very basic, and they are for everyone, everywhere. So, of course, as I have said, when we would like to talk about human rights, so I don't want to just limit myself to the United Declaration of Human Rights that we know in 1948, but I do believe that human rights, so they are deeply rooted in history, and they dated back, okay, into even before history. In 1754 BC, okay, there was the Code of Hammurabi, one of the earliest legal texts promoted justice, protection of the weak, but was limited. Of course, it was limited and in scope and often unequal. It's not like what we have. It's not like what we have, for example, nowadays in the international. In the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, but at least there were some attempts, okay, to establish some human rights at that time. And as I have said, this code took place in 1754 BC. So you see to what extent human rights debate, okay, were very deeply in history. Also, we cannot deal with human rights without mentioning those Greek philosophers such as Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. So those philosophers, so they had explored ideas of justice, citizenship, and also ethics. And they have, of course, they are very famous for their books, okay, especially idealism, and they were advocating ideal human rights. But of course, all these things, so they were just attempts, and the problem with the Code of Hammurabi, or even, for example, Greek philosophers, among many other philosophers who have talked and who have questioned this idea of raised women or human beings consciousness about human rights. But their attempts, of course, was a little bit very limited, not legalized, because this is the problem with human rights. They are not legalized. They are not enforced as a law. And even, for example, we're going to see many international treaties. Yes, they are on paper, but how we can enforce them, how we can render them as a law, so that is the question that is raised by many scholars and many militants, of course, all over the world. So it's, of course, as I have said, in addition to philosophers, in addition to the Code of Hammurabi, and to many philosophers all over the world who have dealt with this question of human rights, we cannot ignore some religious and traditional beliefs, like, for example, Islam, like Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity. So, of course, human rights, so they are deeply rooted in in religious beliefs and traditional beliefs. So Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all emphasize human dignity, equality before God. So the duty to protect the vulnerable, for example, the Quran speaks of justice, fairness. You know that before Islam, so people used to kill their daughters, but after Islam, of course, so this religion, of course, gave the right to life to women, okay, and to girls. So also the Bible, the Torah, okay, highlight the need for compassion, protection of the oppressed. So Eastern traditions, of course, like Buddhism, Hinduism, also. So all these traditions, so they have, of course, they have advocated for human rights, especially in relationship with God, and this is something related to divinity. So human rights also, they are deeply rooted in divinity. So they are not just something that is invented by human beings, but even before the declaration or the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. So there were many religions, and there were many traditional beliefs, of course, that questioned and interrogated and raised this question of what are human rights and how can we guarantee people all over the world those rights. So now let's talk about like the 13th century and digging into the history of human rights. So as you see, we cannot deal with human rights without mentioning Magna Carta. So you know that Magna Carta was signed by King John in Great Britain, and Magna Carta was a milestone in the history of human rights. Why? Because it had affected the Declaration of the United States, the Declaration of Independence in the USA. It had affected also, it led to the English Bill of Rights in 1664. So you see the Magna Carta, as we are going. So this is the Magna Carta. It was signed at Runnymede in Great Britain when the feudals, of course, raised a revolution against the dictatorship of King John. So that Magna Carta, of course, it was a milestone that advocated for the feudal liberty, and it had established feudal liberty. And at the same time, it had reduced the dictatorship of King John at that time in 1215. So you see here that again, human rights, how they are deeply rooted in history. Also, we cannot talk about human rights without talking about the English Bill of Rights. Okay, this is at the time of William of Orange in Great Britain, and of course this is it was thanks to the launch of Magna Carta, the emergence of Magna Carta. So Magna Carta led to many uprisings and led to many movements concerning human rights. This is also another very important document that, of course, established individual rights, or what the French people called at that time natural rights. Later on, the United Nations, of course, would call those rights human rights. But of course, before, the French people called them natural rights. So this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen in France, and it was of course related to the French Revolution that we all know. So this is maybe the fruit, this is the outcome of that revolution. And of course, we can criticize those documents, especially the rights of man and citizen was, of course, criticized and even rejected by French women at that time. We're going to talk about Olympe de Gouges, okay, later on, because she, in opposite to the rights of man and citizen, so she wrote another document, which is the Declaration of the Rights of Women and Citizen, in opposition to this, because according to her and to many women, civilian women at that time, so this bill is, or this document is very limited, and it didn't take into consideration the question of gender, and even it didn't include women's rights. So of course, all of these documents, they are very they are limited, but at the same time we can say that thanks to these documents, so nowadays we have of course generated many documents from these, but this is the development. As we see, human rights, it's like a process. It's a development process. We cannot just come and say, well, so we will be granted this right or that right. No, but it's a process. It's a movement. It's an uprising. It's a revolution. So this is what we should do even nowadays. So if you don't get your rights, so you should take it, and you should strive for it. Good. So in general, so this is grosso modo the historical background of human rights. So I think that we have stopped at many important stages that concerns, of course, or that concerned human rights development and human rights historical process. Now we will see the measure. This is the major thing that we are going to tackle. Maybe even we'll see the details later tomorrow. Human rights in the modern era. So this is thanks to it's not thanks, but anyway, it's due to the post-World War era, the Second World War era. So because of the atrocities and because of the trauma, because of the Holocaust, so because of all these revolutions that took place in the 1940s due to the Second World War, so this led to an international consensus on the need of a formal human rights framework. And this, of course, culminated in the creation of the United Nations in 1945. Later on, this United Nations, of course, will adopt what we call the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's UDHR. Which of course had been declared on the 10th of December 1948, and each year of course the United Nations celebrates this day. So this day is very important, and concerning this declaration of human rights, so it's very important because it's for the first time, so we have an international, a global document signed by many countries all over the world. For the first time, we have consensus on a document that guarantees every man or every woman's right wherever they are and however they are and whoever they are. So regardless of their sex, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their skin color, so they are titled to these rights that are of course established by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So this is a milestone document in the history of human rights, and we do claim that of course this declaration, again, it's not the end of human rights, no, but it was just the beginning of many international treaties, many international covenants, and it was also the beginning of many countries to adopt it, because many countries at that time, so especially the countries that which weren't able to sign, but later on, of course, they get to sign this document. Well, so the most important thing that will be generated from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, which is a key international human rights instrument adopted by consensus at the World Conference on Human Rights, held in Vienna in June 1993. It reaffirms again the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and marks a significant step in advancing global human rights effort. So as I have said, the Universal Declaration or the United Declaration of Human Rights, so it was just a beginning. Later on, we're going to see that out of that declaration, many covenants, many international treaties so have been generated. Why? Because the problem with the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, it cannot be, as we're going to see in that video, it doesn't have the force of a law. And this is the problem why we cannot implement it. Of course, many countries all over the world have adopted that declaration, but how can we implement it? How can we put all the rights on that paper, on that, or on that ink? Okay, how can we implement them? And at the same time, track to what extent they are implemented. So it's not an easy process. Why? Because the declaration, it's just like a forum. Yes, it's very good. It's a global document, okay, that is signed by many countries all over the world. But the problem, this declaration hasn't that force of the law. So it's therefore, in the United Nations, so there had been many conferences and many seminars about this question. How can we render this declaration, and how can we endow it with the force of the law? So therefore, the United Nations members have opted for these documents again, or these treaties, like this program of action, because you see the word action is a key word here. Why? Because they would like to activate the implementation of human rights. They don't want it just to be just ideal, okay, and just theoretically speaking they are there, but practically speaking they are not that visible all over the world. So these are some rights that are mentioned in the declaration. So you have the right to life, liberty, and security, the right to nationality, right to equality, right to freedom, right to freedom from torture, from slavery, from indignity, right to freedom of movement, right to, of course, right to travel, right to freedom of opinion and expression. So among many other rights that we are going to see while examining the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. So as you see here, these are guarantees. These are basic rights that everyone in the whole world, okay, should enjoy without any limitation, without any bias, without any prejudice. But to what extent people in this world, okay, enjoy their rights? So that is a question that we are going to answer. We are going just to attempt to answer, because it's really a very challenging question indeed. Well, so as I have said before, so when we talk about human rights, we need another tool beside human rights. We need another mean, for example, to celebrate human rights, to defend human rights, to protect human rights, and to track human rights violation all over the world, and to just dissuade to what extent human rights are implemented or not. So we need a tool, and this tool is media. So media and journalism, of course, so they play a very pivotal, very preponderant role in tracking, of course, human rights violation, or in celebrating. We are not going to talk negatively all the time, but anyway, so this journalism or media, so they play a very important role in tracking human rights violation, yes, but at the same time in sensitizing people about their rights, in raising human beings awareness, because I do believe if you know your rights, so this is the first cure. Or this is maybe the half cure. But if you don't know your rights, so this is the problem. And we see that sometimes even in our job areas, in many, for example, faculties, and in many like offices, in many areas all over the world. So sometimes you face people and you ask them, well, so you have this right, but they don't know about it at all. So I do believe that the first cure, okay, to just implement our rights is that we should know our rights in the first instance. Then later on we can, for example, galvanize to just get our right. So here we are going to explore this intersection between human rights and media tracking. Specifically, we'll focus on how the media plays a critical role in defending, promoting, and tracking human rights across the world. We do believe that media serves as a watchdog, sometimes as a source of accountability, sometimes a platform for amplifying voices of the marginalized people like women and children or people with disabilities, and sometimes in general the voices of the oppressed people. So this is the role of media, and this is we are going to see in the other lecture maybe deeply we are going to investigate this rule. But what you should know here is that we cannot talk about human rights again without this intersection between human rights and media. So concerning media platforms, so I'm going now just to define to you that what we mean, what do we mean by media? So of course, you know, in this technological digital era, so we have media platforms, so come in various forms, each serving unique purposes in communication and content distribution. Like for example, so you have this like social media nowadays, so like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and many others. We have also like digital media, so all the time people, they are stuck to their mobile phones, so they know the news, they can track even human rights violation themselves. So this is another sort of media, in addition of course to like television and traditional newspapers, magazines providing deep analysis and coverage. We have broadcast media also, such as television and radio, reaches large audiences, like in many, for example, traditional families, they still use television and radio. Instantly, there is also digital media. So you have here also print media, like newspapers and magazines, and also still they play a pivotal role in human rights reporting and tracking. You see digital media, so this is also, so you have many types on many of course platforms that serve or to track human rights, either violation or human rights advocacy, or even to raise awareness and consciousness of people all over the world in order to defend their own rights. Again, so these are several prominent newspapers and magazines, which I do believe they play crucial role in informing the public about global human rights issues, often referencing reports from organizations like Human Rights Watch, like for example the renowned publications such as the New York Times. You see also the Guardian, Le Monde also provide extensive coverage of international conflict, human rights violation, and in Morocco also. So there is like you see Morocco World News. So this is also an online journal. There is also Express, also in Morocco. This is a sort of tracking also human rights violation or human rights advocacy or the development of human rights. So you see the press agencies like, for example, Reuters, Associated Press, serve as a key sources for real-time news, frequently highlighting human rights investigations and reports to inform a global audience. And you see all these, for example, journals and magazines or even associations. So their main role is to track human rights violation or even to talk about human rights and to cover human rights issues all over the world. So these media platforms, so they shape public understanding, they raise awareness of human rights challenges worldwide. Well, so I think that in order to just maybe highlight the issue pertinently, so I will give you like a case study from my country, Morocco, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about Morocco as a case study in order to just illustrate things and to get far away a little bit from theory, because sometimes it has become you just get bored, okay, by theory. So sometimes we need to know about our countries and about our nations, about communities. So Morocco is located in North Africa and known for its rich cultural heritage and diverse history. It has made significant strides in the realm of human rights in recent years. The country, with its deep ties to both the Arab world and Africa, has been working to balance modern governance reforms with traditional values, especially under King Mohammed Mohammed VI, Morocco has introduced various legal forms aimed at improving human rights, like, for example, especially in areas like gender equality, freedom of expression, and judicial independence. So, progress has been made, notably with the adoption of 2011 constitutions, as we are going to see, in areas of freedom, especially the freedom of the press, and also the reform of women's rights, the Mudawana, or the legal reform of 2004. So these were many or very preponderant and seminal text and reforms that Morocco has undertaken recently. Why? Because Morocco is nowadays is to be seen as a leader in the region, especially in the African region, to advance human rights and democracy. So these are many, in Morocco there are many organizations, so we are not just talking about theory, but there are many organizations which of course take care of human rights. So several key human rights organizations, press outlets, for example, as we are going to see. So there is this is the National Human Rights Council, which monitors human rights conditions and advises the government, of course, on necessary reforms. There is also the Moroccan Association for Human Rights, which advocates for civil liberties and social justice. The Freedom Now group also focuses on the press freedom, highlighting issues of censorship and the rights of journalists. Of course, there are also, so this is the organization, the Democratic Association of Moroccan Women also. So this is for just women, so it advocates for the rights of women. So in fact, there are many associations, okay, that of course together. So these associations, organizations, they contribute to advancing human rights while navigating the complexities of political and social reform in the country. This is concerning, of course, children. So the Moroccan Children Association Trust, so for defending children's rights. So we are going to see this in the lecture of children and human rights and the place of children. Those are considered marginalized people like women, children, and people with disabilities, unfortunately speaking. Well, so as I have said, so in order to be very concrete, so I have talked about the 2011 Constitution of Morocco marked a significant advancement in the recognition of protection of human rights, reflecting, of course, response to the demands of the 20th February movement. As you know, it was related to the Arab Spring, and this constitution enshrines a range of civil, political rights, including freedom of expression, freedom of journalism, freedom of assembly, of making assemblies, freedom of organizing and establishing associations, as well as the rights of women, children, and people with disabilities. So these are all these things, they are established in our constitution. So affirming Morocco's commitment to international human rights, so standards, because Morocco, of course, has already signed the United Nations Declaration, and of course, all the members of these organizations, though they have agreed upon that declaration, and now all the organizations that we have seen, so they are a part of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights agenda. There is also another very important thing, and it was a milestone in the history of the development of women's rights in Morocco, is the 2004, of course, Mudawana. So this Mudawana, so this is the constitution. This is the constitution, and this is the Mudawana. This is the legal reform. Just to know. So this is the Mudawana. It means the family code was a landmark reform in personal status law, significantly improving women's rights and family matters such as marriage, divorce, child custody. So the Mudawana really enhanced gender equality and women's empowerment within the family. Still, of course, we cannot ignore that there are many other challenges that Morocco is facing nowadays, and the women's organizations, of course, are facing. But anyway, so there recently, of course, with the ascendancy of Mohammed VI to the throne, so there has been really a tremendous effort to establish human rights in general, not just women, okay, the family rights in general. That cover women's rights, children's rights, and also people with disabilities. So as I have said, so these organizations, these constitutional organizations, so they have enhanced human rights, and they are considered as legal frameworks which demonstrate Morocco's ongoing efforts, of course, to advance human rights, albeit with varying degrees of effectiveness and social acceptance. But anyway, so we can talk about that. We can say that there is a progress in comparison with of course, with the 1990s, for example, or the 1980s Morocco. And in order to prove this democratic vision of Morocco, in order to talk about how our, for example, leaders in Morocco, they are very concerned about this question of human rights. So we are going to just see some excerpts from our Majesty, okay, King Mohammed VI, may the Almighty bless him. So in many of his speeches, so he claims, and this is a speech in 2011, so he claims that Morocco has committed itself to a comprehensive and balanced approach to human rights, which includes civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. So you see in many occasions, in diverse contexts, so our leader so is all the time pushing people to advance human rights, pushing people to defend human rights, to protect human rights. Why? Because we do believe that we cannot reach civilization, we cannot reach development, either economic development, political development, cultural development, educational development, without establishing human rights first. So this is a priority. This is the first thing that all countries, for example, should work on and should advance. So another speech, it's in 2011 all the time. So our leader so claims that Morocco has opted to build a democratic state based on the rule of law, the preservation of human dignity, the respect of freedoms, and the protection of human rights in their universality and indivisibility. Indivisibility, this is one of the major human rights principles, and we are going to see human rights principles later on. Human rights, they are inalienable, as our leader claims, and at the same time they are indivisible, so they are for everyone, and they are for human beings, and you cannot remove those, you cannot live without them. So as you see here, so our king, his majesty, so he has established in many occasions, in many speeches, so he has pushed people to just defend human rights, but not just in Morocco, but in the whole continent of Africa. So this is our strategy. We are not enclosed, but we are open to many countries. We are open to Europe. We are open to our brothers and sisters all over the world. And we have many good relationships with many countries all over the world. And another proof that human rights have been developed in Morocco is that even in the United Nations Council, so the president of the United Nations Council is a Moroccan, and Morocco this year in 2024 so presides over the United Nations Human Rights Council for this year, and the president is Omar Zneber. So he is the president for this year, for 2024 United Nations Human Rights Council. And if we can, for example, just listen to an excerpt from his speech in order to be acquainted with, of course, he is speaking about a global strategy, not just Moroccan strategy, because he is representing the whole world in the United Nations, not just Morocco. So, if you allow me, so I will just, I don't know if we can have access to this video. No, so we would like this video, please. We can have access to this video? No. Okay, so it's here. I think I should remove the. Can you stop the recording? I think we should escape the slides. Student. So watch the video, then we can discuss later on, and we see this is the global perception about human rights, not just limited to Morocco.
The next session of the Council. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Pascal, for you and for all your team having prepared this important gathering with the representative of the press here in Geneva. I'm so happy to be with you this afternoon again, as said by Mr. Pascal, to present to you an overview about the next session of the Council, also some elements about the activities of the presidency, and of course also to answer your own question on any matter you would like to raise this afternoon. As far as the next session is concerned, it will be, as said, an intensive one for 5 weeks. It will be, illustrated by some high-level panels, which is according to the mandatory decisions taken by the Council on the question, particularly on strengthening the integration of gender parity, gender approach in the work of the Council. The question related also to the right of indigenous people, other issues also like education, child, will be discussed in some of these high-level panels. And also a panel, I would like to stress that, on the right of development. You know that it is an important issue discussed within the Council, and we do hope that this panel could help the membership to advance in such an important issue. While it is also discussed thoroughly in New York in preparing the summit of the future and the outcome of this summit. I mean, the pact of the future. We will have, as usual, also interactive dialogues with mandate holders, working groups, with the High Commissioner himself. And by the way, the Council, of course, will hear from next Monday, the general report of the High Commissioner. I'm pretty sure he will give, a panorama about the situation of human rights worldwide. We will have also to deal, as usual, with the decisions, the resolutions, which have already been presented in their titles, at least during the organizational meeting, which took place on the 26th of August. And during this organizational meeting, it was clear, that many initiatives, even some new initiatives, have been presented, and that we will have important issue on country situations, on thematic situations to discuss again during this session. We will have also the responsibility to nominate some new mandate holders. I have already made my proposals to the membership concerning 2 of them, waiting that the process concerning 2 others be accomplished before precising my own choices to the council, which then will have to decide on that. As far as the activities of the presidency, I am also very happy to share with you some of the highlights where, as you may know, as I precise it during the past session, I met with you. Since the beginning, I have nominated 17 co-facilitators working on various tracks. The question of the review of the mandate of the Council is discussed. We know that it is upon the General Assembly to take a decision according to the resolutions, to the resolution adopted on this issue before 2026. But it seems to me, as President of the Council, and I am joined by numerous members of the Council, that Geneva has to discuss, because it is the workplace for human rights for United Nations, and it has, and particularly concerning the future of the Council itself, the membership here with all other stakeholders, civil society observers, are, in my view, completely competent to discuss this issue. The question of rationalization and efficiency of the Council, you know that we are confronting these past months and since a while huge difficulties, financial difficulties, the United Nations crossing a severe liquidity crisis. So it is a new argument for us to progress in our discussions in rationalization and efficiency of the Council. Other tracks are of utmost importance, the one of gender parity, gender equity. We will announce during this session the establishment of an advisory board on gender approach for the first time, with a very significant composition of leaders of international organizations, ambassadors, representatives of civil society, of course in partnership with the focal point dealing with this issue and UN Women. And we are in touch with the headquarters of UN Women in New York and also their office here in Geneva. And we will make this announcement hopefully before the end of this month. The question of accessibility, disabilities, also I hope that we will gesture it more better, in any way relatively better, by creating a platform and creating some progressing in norms, facilitating the accessibility in the work of the Council for persons with disabilities, and more widely taking care about this issue, which is at the heart of human rights enjoyment. Likewise, the other tracks, just to nominate them, the question of in strengthening the UPR processes. You know that UPR is an exercise which is widely accepted and I mean positively assessed, but we still have to do more. I mean, to make the Council again more credible in its work, and the countries, members of the Council, and all the international committee satisfied with such exercise, this peer review exercise. The issues of giving more possibilities and more inclusivity for countries, less developed countries, small island countries also. These are all issues of utmost importance for all of us, and we are, of course, trying to advance at the best. New technologies, as said by Mr. Pascal, question of artificial intelligence. You may have heard about this really, I would say without hesitating, unprecedented session we had yesterday as a presidential consultations and formal one, but a very significant gathering. I invited the leadership of the main international organizations involved in the governance of artificial intelligence worldwide. So we had the leaders of WIPO, of ITU, of UNESCO, also some leaders from the private sector, the vice president of Amazon, many academicians, but particularly what is also to underline is the intensive participation of the membership in such a dialogue, with the aim, to have the balanced approach on opportunities offered by these technologies, but also to face challenges. I won't enter into detail. I am here, of course, to answer your questions, if any, on this matter. But what is, for me, in my current responsibilities, is essential, is that the Human Rights Council be at the heart of this governance, the global governance of artificial intelligence worldwide, because it is completely linked with the enjoyment of human rights. We did the same, you may remember, last June on the question of the impact of climate change on food security and health security. So the presidency has presented these main thematics as major one and priorities for itself. And what I am very satisfied to tell you this afternoon, humbly and modestly, that we are advancing in such. It's not easy. It always, of course, the purpose of a lot of discussions, but the presidency have been met with, enthusiastic participation by the membership and by other stakeholders whom I invited to join us in this exercise. These were the main elements, Mr. Pascal, dear attendants, I wanted to share with you as an introduction for our dialogue this afternoon, and then I give you back the floor, Mr. Pascal.
Yes, so I think that the President of Human Rights Council, Omar Zneiber, so in this speech, okay, so he has provided us with a global vision and strategy about the priorities in human rights.
Thank you very much,
I don't know if I am allowed
dear
to
Mr.
open this
Pascal,
discussion
for you and for all your team having prepared this important gathering with the
okay, so
representative
anyway,
of the...
just you take notes. Maybe later on in the workshop we can discuss this video. Okay, just grosso modo, I am going to just summarize maybe the priorities that the president has mentioned. Is that he has talks about gender parity, gender equality. So it means the human rights, or guaranteeing the rights of the marginalized, the oppressed people, like women, children. He has also talked about child rights or children's rights, women's rights, and health care, health security, people with disabilities. So this is a global strategy of the United Nations. And of course, what he is confirming and affirming here is that most of the countries that they should engage in this debate, especially when it concerns the rights of the oppressed people, the marginalized people worldwide. Anyway, so we have a session of tutorials and workshops. So we are going to discuss this video deeply. So let's go to our lecture. So I think Yes. Mhm. So I would like to just conclude by William. So you know who is this figure, yes? Students from the English department. Who is he? Yes, William Shakespeare. So I would like to end my lecture by William Shakespeare, and I will tell you, give me your hands if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends. This is from A Midsummer's Night Dream, okay, Act 5, Scene 1. So why I am saying this, because I do believe that when we talk about human rights, so we talk about our shared humanity. We are all human beings, regardless of our religious belief or sex or nationality or nation or skin color. So we are all human beings, and we can all engage for in order to make our world a better place where we can enjoy our life in peace, prosperity, and tolerance. So you will have these are the references, by the way, from which I have taken, of course, and I have prepared my lecture. So if you would like to get deeper into the issues, so you read the Universal Human Rights in Theory and Practice by Jack Donnelly. You have also Daya Kishan Tosu, International Communication, Continuity and Change. You have Monroe Price, Media and Sovereignty, the Global Information Revolution and its Challenge to State Power. You have Studies in Communication. This is a wonderful book in which you will have the intersection between human rights and media for students of this department, mass communication. This is a very reliable source, okay, that you can rely on it. Especially it's in this book you can even find the history of human rights, the process how human rights developed in details. Okay, so I have just summarized because we don't have time to go into many details. But in Studies in Communication, you will have many volumes indeed. Okay, and there is one volume in this book just about human rights and media, and that volume that will be very interesting to you. I would like you to engage in another workshop. So, and this is the workshop. So it's reflecting on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and its limitation. So the objectives is to introduce students to the United to UDHR and its historical significance, to inspire students to think about the universality and impact of human rights principles, to develop skills in reflection and critical thinking, critical analysis. So this is exactly my objective. So I would like to just maybe enhance your critical analysis, because it's very nice to watch the media, it's very nice to read articles, it's very nice to read even literature, but we should read, we should watch, we should listen, critically speaking. And this is a skill that we should be endowed with in order to in order to reflect well. Good. So this is the exercise. I think we still have maybe 20 minutes for the workshop. So you will watch another video on human rights, this time by Eleanor Roosevelt. So I think you know Eleanor Roosevelt. Good. So in groups, I think you can just make yourself work in groups to discuss the historical significance of the UNDH and its relevance today. Okay. Sorry. After, of course, after watching the videos, so that we give you many insightful ideas, and it will enlighten your perception. Can you just help me?
I'm very glad to be able to take part in this celebration.
Okay, by the way, so you can work in groups, okay, if you would like, it's better. Because that will be like a workshop. Or in pairs, okay, if you cannot work in groups, just in pairs. Have you noted down, by the way, the questions? Have you noted down the questions? No, not yet. Can you just go back to the questions so that they can So this is it, please. Can you note it down? So we are going to discuss the historical significance of the UNDH and its relevance today. Of course, the video will give you many ideas. I think next time we prefer a round table, it's better. Okay. Yes? Yes, it's done. Yes?
I'm very glad to be able to take part in this celebration. I'm very glad.
It doesn't work. It is big, so it is up to you.
I'm very glad to be able to take part in this celebration in St. Louis on Human Rights Day. Ever since the Declaration of Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, was passed in Paris in 1948 on December the 10th, we have fostered the observance of this day not only in the United States, but throughout the world. The object is to make people everywhere conscious of the importance of human rights and freedoms. The reason for that is that these are spoken of and emphasized in the Charter of the United Nations, and the Declaration was written to elaborate the rights already mentioned in the Charter, and to emphasize also for all of us the fact that the building of human rights would be one of the foundation stones on which we would build in the world an atmosphere in which peace could grow. For that reason, all over the world, we've encouraged the associations for the United Nations to observe a whole week before United Nations Day comes around to explain United Nations and what goes on in that organization. And when we come to the celebration for human rights, we try to particularly have people study the Declaration so that they will really understand what were considered to be the most essential rights for all people to have throughout the world. They fall into different groups, and one reason that we are now considering the writing of a covenant or covenants is because we feel that these rights should sometime be actually written into the laws of countries throughout the world. And that can be done by the adoption of covenants and the changing of laws to meet whatever a country has accepted in a covenant which will be written in treaty form. These things must be well understood because even though you accept treaties and countries ratify those treaties, the real change which must give to people throughout the world their human rights must come about in the hearts of people. We must want our fellow human beings to have rights and freedoms which give them dignity and which will give them a sense that they are human beings that can walk the earth with their heads high and look all men in the face. If we observe these rights for ourselves and for others, I think we will find that it is easier in the world to build peace, because war destroys all human rights and freedoms. So in fighting for those, we fight for peace.
Yes, so I think that the video is very clear and the message of Ellen Roosevelt here is clear too. I will give you some time just to maybe write some notes in order to discuss them. Do you need some time? Yes? Okay, 5 minutes, it's fine. 5 minutes. I prefer if you can work in groups. Okay, it will be great, because you should exchange ideas. Maybe later on we can change the room, because I prefer a round table. Okay, to be with students, it's better. A round table room, I think. They will find difficulties in working like this. But anyway, so we will just do it now, maybe later on. Okay. Oh, okay, so I will give you like 5 to 7 minutes. This is the task. We will have a sort of workshop, so I must give students some time to reflect on the video, and then we are going to discuss in groups. So we need some time. I know that it's time. Just 10 minutes, no more. Thank you.
Do you have any other video except?
No, that's it. That's
it.
But later on.
Yeah.
No, that's it. It's fine.
Yeah, actually we need the videos before to go in a live stream.
Oh yes, okay. I will send.
And not now, but in a later.
Yes, but I think we have no problem. They are broadcasting without any problem.
Yeah, ma'am. But if we get the videos before,
it will be good.
Then it would be broadcasted like a full screen.
Yes, okay.
No, not through the camera.
Yes, okay. Yes.
It's a group discussion, right?
Yes, of course. They should discuss, then we'll discuss all together. But it's better we need a round table room, I think.
Or you can
Okay. Yeah. Yes, they have already the task, so when they finish now, I'm giving them some time to write. I don't want to disturb them. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity to share our views, to share our thoughts.
Of course.
That in between, I have just joined, but what I have heard or what I have learned, just I will share my viewpoints.
Yes, yes.
So in that speech, she spoke about the main focus is that we should give the universal values.
Yes.
That is very much important
Yes.
for all
Good.
the human beings.
Exactly.
So whether you are based in regardless of gender, religion, so we not should focus on those diversity.
Yeah.
We should focus you are human being.
Good.
You are blood. You have flesh of made of flesh and blood.
Exactly, yes.
You are the human being. So there is talking about we should see as our neighbors or as other person as my brothers or my sisters or my family member or my someone dear and near. So then only it is possible. So what she is trying to say that the rights which is we inherited. So as in our family members also we have a right. So that should not be only sticking with only within the family members, within the society, within the group of people. It should be globally. It should be given to. It should be given to each and everyone. And another point that there is today's relevance. She was pointing out some of the points that this work can be done either individually, collectively. So that should be action taken by individually or collectively. That is at the beginning. It is said that from they have formed the association. So they are working together to improvise those challenges, those problems. But in today's generation, we have seen there are some of the NGOs working for those disabilities persons, and those are vulnerable groups, those are deprived economically, socially, so all other aspects. So that is, I feel with my reflection.
Yes, thank you. This is the say of the group, or not you, or just yours? The say of the group? Yes, it's the whole group. Yes. Yes, it's. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this very fruitful interpretation of that video. Yes, you have mentioned something which is very important, is that the universality and the global perception of human rights. This is something very important, and we should know that human rights cross the borders of countries. Okay, we should be like what you have said. We are inherently titled to those rights. Okay, and sometimes we should be conscious of those rights even within our small families, because if you don't get your rights within your family, how can you get your rights within the whole community, then within the whole country, then within the whole world? Okay, so this is something very important. And sometimes even what you have said is very very focused in the way that you have mentioned that we can work individually speaking. Okay, then we can work with our brothers, with our sisters within our family, then we can work collectively, okay, to fight for our rights, then we can work at the level of our country. So this is something very important in just implementing those rights. Something which is also very important in the video is that though we have this United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, that's fine. This is a very good initiative to have it globally speaking. But to what extent can we urge and push countries to just be abide by that document? That is the question, and this is the challenge that all, for example, countries face. Yes, that's very enlightening, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, let's move to the other group. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone here. So, thank you for that very comprehensive summarization of that video. That was like very nicely put. What our group picked up on was a bit more of a critical view of the relevance aspect of the UNDH today. So we started off by actually talking about how when the UNDH was first formed, it was formed in the backdrop of a time of great turbulence in the world, right? It was formed after the World War II had concluded. So there was a time of great disruption, of great destruction, and there was a huge amount of human loss in the world. And that was how the UNDH was formulated. But we have also talked about how the values that Eleanor Roosevelt talked about in her video, which had so much optimism and like a visionary aspect to it, it has not translated or carried over today, because we can still see so much of like chaos and conflicts happening even as we are speaking at the moment. So basically some of the main points that we as a group have come up with was how countries, even though we might incorporate the universal human rights in their own individual constitutions, there is still no accountability for some countries over other countries. How some countries are more like held to higher standards of following these rights as opposed to some other countries. And those countries which do transgress these human rights, there is no accountability taken for as to what can be done to stop them from further violating these rights. So, and another thing, what we have also come to the conclusion is that what I think the idealistic and optimistic visions of the UNDH has been overtaken by shallow political interests and the unbalanced power dynamics of the world. So what we need to remember at this point in time of history is that humans should be at the center instead of our own selfish countries' interests, right? Like we need to remember that even though the people might be different, we might all have different political interests or economic viewpoints that countries might follow. Some countries might be capitalist, some might be socialist. At the same time, we need to remember at the end of the day that we are all humans, and once those rights are transgressed, it's going to lead to a loss for all of the world as a whole. So yeah, I think that was some of the main points that we had come across. One example that we have come across, we have also talked about, is how a positive example of how human rights can be taken further in the world is like how the Rohingyas in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, have been given a refugee status by the Bangladesh government. That is one positive example that we can have of cooperation, collaboration that transgresses boundaries. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, okay, thank you very much for your enlightening interpretation of that video. Yes, I totally agree with you that really we cannot adopt that pessimistic view of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, but at least hope and optimism are always needed. In order to implement human rights, we should hope for the best. But as I have said before, and I think that you paid attention to it, yes, there was or there is even today this, we recognize this declaration, but to what extent we can implement it, to what extent we can render this declaration as a law. It's very difficult and it's very hard, because not all the countries all over the world have agreed upon this declaration. This is the first thing. And the second thing, even the countries that have signed this declaration and have adopted, to what extent they implement what is inside, to what extent. If they implement it, we wouldn't, for example, see those human rights violation. Women will be granted their rights, children also, people with disabilities also. But what we see, for example, in many areas all over the world, that human rights they are transgressed and they are violated. The question that we should ask, why, okay, or where is the role of the local organizations? So of course this declaration is universal and cannot be endowed with the force of the law, because it isn't a law, and this declaration cannot be transgress countries. Why? Because they have the political sovereignty and they are free to implement what they want, what they don't want. Okay, so we cannot enforce them to implement it 100%. But at least what we can do, so according to me, and this is my view, is that maybe to sensitize those people, those countries, to establish their local organizations in order to feel their political sovereignty, in order not to feel that they are under the global sovereign of the United Nations. So we can build our organizations ourselves. We can build our local organizations that will be adapted to our social, economic, and cultural needs, that will respect us and respect our values and our virtues, because each country has some specificities concerning culture, concerning norms, concerning values. Yes, it's good we have that universal declaration. It's like an umbrella term, okay, an umbrella concept, an umbrella declaration or document that governs within it, of course, the whole world. But still, each country, for example, should manage to establish some local non-government organization that will defend human rights according taking into consideration the specificities of that country, especially the cultural values, norms. Because in Morocco, for example, will not be the same as India. Okay, so of course there are some shared point. Yes, so we share humanity. This is the most important thing. But there are some specificities that we cannot ignore. For example, so we should consider the context, the political context, the economic context, the social context, while establishing those local non-government associations, or even any association that will defend human rights. Yes, the other group. Yes, ma'am. Who would like to share with us his or her perspective? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it? So basically, our group has an overview of like what Universal Declaration of Human Rights relevance in today's world. It's just an overview. Uh, if you talk about the relevance, like addressing the root cause of human rights violation, especially in the crisis and fragile context. If we look into, the war areas, or the areas where there are some crises going on.
Yes.
Next is promoting and protecting human rights to ensure sustainable development outcomes, of course, and supporting countries in crisis to advance peace, justice, and inclusive governance, and recognizing the important role that young people play as a positive agents of change. Like, and then my co-participant will have something to say
Yes,
about
thank
it.
you.
No? Okay. And
Okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Yes. The other group. Okay. Okay, so I do believe that this is a very debatable, controversial issue, but it's very healthy, okay, to discuss it and to debate it, because if we don't discuss it, we don't debate it, so we are not going to find any resolution or solutions about the issue. So I think that it's high time. So we are going to conclude the first lecture, waiting for the other lecture that will be about going into the details of the international covenants and international treaties that derived, of course, from the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So I do appreciate your commitment and your responsibility, and at the same time your concern about this question of human rights and media tracking. Well, so let's continue our lecture. So I think that we had a very fruitful discussion this morning, and I can see that students were very engaged and they understand, okay, what do you mean by human rights issues? And this is something that I do appreciate a lot. Well, so to continue our lecture, so this lecture will be about institutional framework of human rights. As I have said before, when we talked about the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, so I said that that declaration, of course, has generated many other covenants and many other international treaties and many other local, international, regional organizations and associations. So this is the thing that we are going to see in this lecture. So the objectives. Okay. So the first objective is to understand the role of institutions in human rights. So we should know and have acquired some knowledge about those institutions. What are those institutions that have come out of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, to identify major international human rights bodies. So we are going to be introduced to local, regional, international treaties and frameworks. To explore regional organizations and their influence, we are going also to discuss, to have some opportunity to discuss a vision future about these organizations, to examine national institutions and their rules. And this is something very important. So we can, I can give you some time maybe later on to talk about some Indian organizations and to share knowledge. This is the thing that I did with you this morning. You have been acquainted to some Moroccan organizations that concern, of course, themselves with this issue of human rights and media tracking. So I would like also to learn from you. So I will give you some time, okay, to introduce some very prominent, very seminal organization, Indian organizations that devote, of course, that devote themselves to defending human rights and protecting human rights. Well, so these are the objectives. So what is the institutional framework of human rights? So this is maybe the first question that's maybe raised in this context. So we mean by the institutional framework of human rights, it's a structure that is established to protect and promote human rights globally and locally. So when we talk about institutions, about organizations, about associations, so of course in the whole world there are many global, like universal, international institutions that we all know, and I'm going to introduce them to you. And at the same time, as I said in this morning, so there are some local organizations and the country, each country has the freedom, of course, to opt for the relevant, the suitable association or organization that of course will devote itself to defending human rights, protecting human rights, advocating for human rights, but at the same time within a very specific cultural context. Well, so also this institutional framework consists of international, regional, and national institutions. And sometimes, even if we would like to establish an association in our countries, so that association, the law of the association should be adapted, okay, and should be within the international institutions, or within the law of course that governs regional, global, and local institutions. So the role of the institutional framework is to support the enforcement and to monitor, of course, human rights standards. So this is something very important, and this is why we need such institutions. We have been talking about how to protect human rights, for example, inside our countries, or how to implement what is on the papers, how to render what is on paper into a reality. So these are some institutions, or each country, for example, establishes institutions to just defend and protect human rights, and at the same time to track a human rights violation. because this is the role of those institutions, not just to advocate for human rights, but to track and to follow and to decipher human rights violation. And these violations, of course, concern not just men in general, but it concerns, like, when we have like in those associations, sub associations, like sometimes we find women's associations, like children associations, people with disabilities associations. So we have there are many sub associations within local or within global associations. But after or before getting into those institutional frameworks, of course, which are global, so we have been talking about human rights, and human rights, of course, have principles, and those principles we should understand them. I do believe that the first, as I have said before, the first thing that we should be familiar with, and we should acquire, and we should learn, is our human rights. And to learn our human rights, we should learn with them the principles of human rights. And sometimes, yes, we do know that we do enjoy the right to life, the right to dignity, to respect, for example, to freedom from discrimination, to freedom from torture, from slavery. Yes, this is something very good, but we should at the same time know that those rights, they have principles, and these are the principles of human rights. So they are characterized by universality and inalienability. So human rights, they are universal, and they apply to every individual, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, religion, skin color, for example, gender, or status, your social status, whether you are poor or rich. So you are titled to your human rights. So they are very universal. They are very global and inalienable. They are inalienable, meaning that they cannot be taken away from you, okay, except in specific situations. But you enjoy them, except in incarceration, for example, or in a trial. But even the trial should be within, of course, the principles of the law. They are also indivisible. So indivisibility, this is something, or a principle that's characterized, of course, human rights. So they are indivisible and interdependent. What does it mean? It means we cannot say, for example, that you enjoy civil rights at this very particular place, but you don't enjoy political rights at that place. No. So they are interdependent, and they are inseparable. When you enjoy your rights, you will enjoy them inseparably. It means you will enjoy your civil, political, cultural, economic rights. Okay, so this is what we mean by indivisibility. So they are indivisible. We cannot separate them. We cannot devise them. You cannot, for example, and this is what is happening in many countries. For example, you may find many people, yes, they can enjoy their cultural rights, but they cannot enjoy their political rights, and they face, for example, suppression when it comes to freedom of speech, for example. So they cannot express themselves at all. Why? Because you find that the country dedicates, for example, many suppressive rules or laws, okay, on people's speech, and this is something very dangerous that we suffer from. But if we implement human rights as such, so of course we will not have any issue. We will not have any problem. So as I have said, so all these rights, so they are very essential, and they are connected. We cannot separate them. When you come to academia, when you come to the university, so of course you should enjoy your cultural, your social. This is your right, your civil rights, and all your rights inseparably. They are all connected, and you should enjoy them. And I will give you another example. Sometimes when we talk about this indivisibility, because this is the issue that we suffer from. Sometimes, yes, the country agrees upon many international treaties that concern human rights. It's fine, But sometimes you find in especially in patriarchal societies, you find men, for example, they enjoy political, civil, economic rights, but you find to the detriment of whom? Of women. So you find women, they maybe they can enjoy like cultural rights, but they cannot enjoy civil political rights, for example. So you see here, even for example, children. Sometimes you find in many societies that kids they don't have the right to express themselves. Children don't have the right to express their opinions, and this is something. This is indivisibility. So they have the right to life, maybe they have the right to liberty, they have the right to freedom from discrimination, yes, maybe, but they don't have the right, for example, to express themselves, and this is again an issue. So you see, this is something very important in human rights. So they should be very connected, they should be interdependent. Either you enjoy all your rights or not. So this is the issue, and this is the thing that we should fight for. Okay, we should enjoy all our rights inseparably, and we should connect to our rights, because we are inherently titled to all these rights. Good. So this is something which is very important concerning human principles. Also, we talk about accountability and rule law. So the law is very important, and I think that we have discussed this issue, because sometimes, yes, we do agree upon many treaties and many legal documents, but this again an issue, because we cannot implement, especially what is very tangible in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Sometimes even in our countries, for example, there are many like articles in our constitutions which guarantee human beings, okay, or citizens their rights, but to what extent those rights they enjoy this accountability and rule law. Sometimes we cannot, it's very hard to implement them 100%, and this is the challenge that most countries are facing nowadays. And this is why we are here. So we are here to suggest, why not, propose solutions, suggest solutions, why not? Because sometimes I do believe that education, knowledge, so it can have this power, okay, to transform the world into a better place. And this is what we aspire to. Good. So there is also participation and inclusion. So every person has the right to participate in decision making processes that affect their lives. This principle emphasizes inclusion, allowing marginalized and vulnerable groups to be involved in special decisions. And this is something which is very important. Sometimes we find that women are excluded from decision making in many countries, even for example European countries. Okay, so we cannot just blame African countries or Asian countries. Even in the United States, sometimes, okay, we find women's rights violations, and we find children's rights violations, and you see what's happening in the whole world. So you follow the mass media and you see to what extent human rights are violated, unfortunately speaking. So as I have said, so when you know your rights, so of course you should know that your rights that you enjoy and that every person everywhere, okay, should enjoy. So those rights, they are universal, they are inalienable, they are equal and non-discriminatory, they are indivisible, they are accountable, and they are of course inclusive. So these are the major principles that you should know about human rights, and this is something very important. Yes. So of course there is also interdependency. So I have talked about how they are indivisible and they are very connected. Accessibility, you should know your rights, and this is something very important that I emphasize here, because I know that sometimes even in academia, in many universities, not just in Asia or Africa, but even in Europe or the United States, so students Even I'm talking about from my angle and from my own perspective. Sometimes even students, yes, they go to the university, but they don't ask about their rights. They don't know their duties at university or at academia. They don't know even their rights, and this is something not that satisfactory. So once you enter academia, so you should ask about your rights. You should know your rights. And many, if you ask, if you maybe if you handle an interview and if you ask students, okay, do you know your rights inside the university? So they will say no. Okay, why? Because this is something that they should be introduced to from the very beginning. When they enter academia, once they step into the university or into the campus, so they should have sessions, okay, of raising their about raising their consciousness about their rights. They should know their duties and they should know their rights. And this is something very accessibility. This is accessibility. You should have access to your rights and you should know your rights, because if you don't know your rights, so how can you defend them? How can you protect them? And how can you even implement them? How can you enjoy them? We do have many rights, but sometimes we don't know them. Autonomy, so our rights, they are autonomous. Each individual has his or her own rights, okay? Each one. Each kid, for example, each woman, each individual in our society. And what you should know is that even within the human rights principles, we talk about rights. This is something very important that you should know. But at the same time, we shouldn't neglect our obligations. So we have many obligations in our societies, in our communities, and we should, of course, be very engaged in our societies if we aspire for an inclusive community, for an inclusive society. So we should know both. Not just we should enjoy our rights and we practice them. Yes, that's very nice. But at the same time, we should know our obligations. We should be aware of our duties if we would like to serve our societies as we should be. And this is our duty, is to be very good citizens, very contributors. So we should contribute to our societies. We should contribute to building our communities, to building our societies. And when you work, for example, when you practice a job, so this is building your country. You are a very good citizen. So this is something that you should aspire to in order to build your communities in a very good way. In order to have you should have a noble mission. So sometimes it's very nice to talk about human rights, and sometimes we fight for human rights and we just blame other people that they deprive us, they suppress us. Yes, this is something very, very nice. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget about our obligation towards our countries. Yes, we want something from our country, but what is the thing that we will give our countries? So we should even ask those questions, and we should be very, very aware and very conscious of these questions, because they are preponderant and they are of paramount importance. Dignity also. So this is something that is it's the most important right. It's to have this dignity, the right to dignity. This is something very, very important, because if you don't have dignity, so you cannot be a good citizen, and you cannot enjoy your life. You cannot eat well. You cannot enjoy your welfare. It's impossible. Dignity, this is something, it's the most important right that people should enjoy wherever they are and whoever they are, however they are, and whatever they are. So they should enjoy this dignity, because this will pave the way for the other rights. If you enjoy your dignity, of course, automatically speaking, you will enjoy the other rights. Yes, okay. So so in order to implement those human rights principles, and in order to implement, of course, to control to what extent those human rights are implemented, and to what extent those principles are enjoyed by the populations in communities wherever they are. So of course there are many human rights institutional bodies, and as I said this morning, so these international institutional bodies, so they derived from the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, so the UNDR, and of course after this declaration, so many international bodies have been generated. Like what? Like the international treaties. We have also regional treaties. There are also constitutions. So each for example. Each country has its own constitution, and that constitution most of the time it is very adapted to the United Nations declarations of human rights. Most countries, for example, who aspire, which of course aspire for prosperity, peace, resilience, and so on and so forth, so of course they have been, or they adapt their laws with the United Nations declaration of human rights. So, and beside the constitutions, so there is the national law. And of course what you should know in this context is that why do we have those international bodies? They are, and those human rights bodies, because they are of paramount importance. Why? Because sometimes you cannot, this is even politically speaking, you cannot go to a country and say, well, you should implement the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. No, they shouldn't. Why? Because each country has specificities, each country has its own cultural context, each country has its norms, its values. So of course most countries in the world, yes, they have agreed upon this declaration, but they have established their own institutional, constitutional, regional bodies, okay, that have the purpose of defending and protecting human rights inside their own countries, with respect to their norms, to their values, and to their cultural ideals. Okay, so this is the thing. And of course, there are, in addition to those institutional bodies, so there are also the human rights instruments, for example. So I will show you here many human rights instruments, and the lecture of tomorrow will be more detailed, because we are going to stop at many covenants in order to see what's going on inside those covenants. And maybe even tomorrow we are going to read all together the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, to know what's new about that declaration and what are the rights that we should know about that declaration. So you see, so here is the human rights instruments. So of course there are regional instruments like the European Convention on Human Rights. There is also the American Convention on Human Rights in 1969. There is also the African Charter on Human Rights People, on human and people's rights. And all these covenants, for example, or conventions that I have mentioned here, so they are each continent sometimes, so they the members of the organization, they gather to just sign a very big convention, like the European, for example, Convention on Human Rights, like the American Convention on Human Rights, like the African Charter. And beside those, there is also the International Criminal Court, established in 2002, in 2002. This is a very important organization. Good. So here you have the human rights instruments, as you see. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, established in 1948. So I have talked about it, but tomorrow we are going to read some articles and maybe discuss them. Why not? Also, there is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So that will be the topic of lecture number 3, and also the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So tomorrow we are going to deal with these covenants in a very detailed way, because that will be the lecture. We will explore the content of these covenants and to what their influence, and at the same time to what extent they have affected either positively or negatively human rights all over the world. There is also the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights also. So this is something which is very, this is an instrument of human rights, which is very important, and it is an instrument within the United Nations. The Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, which I discussed with you this morning. This is also very, very interesting and very important. Then we have the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all migrant workers and members of their families. this is also a very important convention, and it like it saves countries, okay, from from which we see, for example, many this process of immigration, because this law protects, of course, the rights of migrant people, of diasporic people, and this is something which is very, very important, especially if we know that the world, maybe when we study post-colonial theory, so we know that the world is divided into sometimes two polarities, the West and the East, and sometimes people from the East, they immigrate to the West, and in order to just maybe save their rights, to protect and defend their rights. So this is the role of this international convention on the protection of the rights of all migrant workers, diasporic people, and members, also members of their families. So this is very, very important, and it concerns us, because in our country, in my country, for example, so many people, they immigrate to Europe, to Spain, to Portugal, okay, so they cross the borders. Why? Because they just aspire for a better life there, and so on and so forth. So this organization is for those immigrant people all over the world. Why? To protect their rights while being in the West, while being in not their native country. Okay, so these are again some very particular instruments, and we are going to stop at those institutions later on, like the CEDAW. I think that this is something very famous convention on the elimination of all forms against women that was established by the United Nations in 1979. This is a very important convention, and out of this convention, of course, many civil associations, many women's associations, of course, have seen light in many countries, and women started to strive for their rights, try to galvanize in order to defend their own rights, especially in patriarchal societies. Well, we are going to see this convention. We are going to focus on it while dealing with gender and human rights, and we are going to see to what extent this organization, of course, serve this issue of women's rights. Well, there is also the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. This is signed in 1965, and this is something very important in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. So there is an article about freedom from slavery, freedom from racial discrimination, freedom from torture. Okay, so this is something very important. We have talked about right to dignity. How can you have your dignity, that right to dignity, and you are experiencing racial discrimination? And this organization or this convention, this is the purpose for this convention, is to just to fight against, okay, racial discrimination. And sometimes when we talk about, we are going to see this, sometimes we do face in our societies, in our communities, because we do share many experiences. Though I am from Morocco, but I feel that I share many experiences with Indian people, for example. And the first thing, it's our humanity, but we do share many cultural ideals and many cultural aspects. So sometimes, and this is what you should know, is that sometimes we find people, they suffer from racial discrimination because of their race, and sometimes at the same time they suffer from gender discrimination because of their gender. So you see how many things they suffer from, and sometimes even they suffer from political suppression. So you see how many things they suffer from, and this is what we call, and later on I'm going to delve into this question. This is what we call intersectionality. And this intersectionality is very important when we deal with the issue of human rights, because as Gayatri Spivak claims in her seminal, wonderful essay, "Can the Subaltern Speak?" If people from the English department, maybe they know about Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. So she claims that when you are a woman, so you are a victim 3 times, because of your race, because of your sex, and because of your color. So this is intersectionality, and unfortunately speaking, we find many people, so they suffer. Imagine, for example, a kid. So he or she, for example, is suffering from color of his or her skin, then because he is or she is a kid, then because she or he belongs to that very particular country, and so on and so forth, then because of race. So you see how all these things sometimes intersect, okay, to what, to violate that human rights. So you see, this is something that we should be aware of. Why? As I have said before, when we talk about human rights, so we shouldn't divide them and separate them. If we would like to fight for human rights, so we should fight for human rights in their generality, okay, in their connectivity. So we shouldn't separate them and say, well, so maybe today you are going to enjoy political rights, but tomorrow you will not. And this is the moody strategy of many politicians, okay, unfortunately speaking. So we should be aware of all these things while dealing with human rights issues. And we are going to see how the mass media plays, okay. Sometimes we can deduce how mass media plays a very sensitive role, okay, taking into consideration all these things. Good. So let's continue the instrument. So we've been talking about the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination. Then the CATE is the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. This is also a very important issue because it is very related to journalists, because you see sometimes when a journalist is very frank and when he or she claims the truth, so sometimes he or she is punished for that truth. So this convention is signed in order to protect those people, but to what extent it is very feasible, to what extent it is very concrete, it is very real. So that is the question that we should ask. So because sometimes it's very nice, it's very enjoyable to see all these treaties, but at the same time I like students to reflect on them, okay, critically speaking, because you see what's going, if you just wonder on all the things what's going on in the world, so you will be very astonished, sometimes very surprised, and you will ask questions. How come we have all these institutions, all these conventions, and still we face human violations, still we face gender discrimination, still we face slavery, still we face wars, tortures, punishment. So how come? So these are the questions that we should ask, and we are here all together to learn from each other, and at the same time maybe to think it over and to think about to suggest solutions. Why not? Well, so there is also the CRC, and this is something very important. Fortunately speaking, we will have a lecture about children and human rights. So this convention on the rights of the child, and fortunately, so you see nowadays that many children, they are really in torture, and they are facing torture, they are facing starvation, they are very hungry all over the world. You see children in Gaza, for example, what's happening to them nowadays, unfortunately speaking. So sometimes you admire, you do appreciate those conventions, but in reality when you see the real thing, so you get very surprised and you get disappointed sometimes. But I don't want to be very negative and disappoint students, because we hope for the best things, and we would like to change the world into something better. So of course there is we cannot ignore human rights violation, we cannot ignore especially children rights violation, okay. So especially what we watch on television these days in Gaza. So this is something that it's a trauma really, and that is something that we just feel pity, okay, on those kids, okay. They are in a very miserable situation. So we just ask questions: where are all those conventions. Some students talked this morning about how can we implement, and that sometimes, yes, it's very good to appreciate all these things, but in reality we don't see them. Okay, in reality we don't. It's very hard to implement them. But anyway, so we hope for the best, and we can triumph, okay, on all these traumas, okay, to aspire for a better world. Good. So there is also the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers. So we have talked about it. The International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. This is also, as I have said before, it's like the other convention when I talked about. The Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, Degrading Treatment or Punishment. So this is also, it concerns most of the time journalists, okay, or most of the time, for example, people who devote themselves to saying the truth, or to conveying the truth sometimes, or even when they write an article, okay, so they are punished, okay, because they have said that truth. This international convention is to protect them, to protect all persons from enforced disappearance, okay, from exile, let's call it. This is because you know that in all times, so people were very exiled. So of course this convention has been signed in the United Nations in order to protect those people. Okay, so these are human rights instruments. So as you see, there are many human rights instruments, and still even nowadays, so the United Nations is all the time working, okay, to promote and to defend human rights and to sign many other conventions, because sometimes it's reality that generates those conventions, not vice versa. Well, so let's see, of course, the human rights organizations. So as I have said, this is also this is also the outcome of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. So as you see, the United Nations Human Rights Council, we talked about it this morning, and this council, of course, plays a very outstanding role in defending human rights. And not just that, but it suggests the global strategy for the whole world, and then later on the countries, they adapt that strategy with their own cultural, political, social, economic context. I think that we talked this morning about Omar's neighbor, and we listened to his speech and about the global strategy of this United Nations Human Rights Council. Well, so there is also the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. This is also an office within the United Nations. So you see that this very big organization, so really it devotes itself to promoting and defending, protecting human rights. Through what? Through assigning and establishing those organizations. There is also Human Rights Watch, and I think that you are familiar with this. So Human Rights Watch, this is a very famous organization that, of course, devotes itself to promoting human rights. Amnesty International also, and there is also, by the way, there is, if you can consult the website, so you will find so many issues about Amnesty International, even their magazine and their journal. That this is something very, very important. We are going to get back to these issues when we'll delve into media tracking, when we'll delve into some journal in development journalism, and we are going to see to what extent these organizations also they work with in cooperation with media, okay, in order to publish, of course, and to disseminate their agenda, because they cannot do everything without the mass media. So this is something very, very important, to disseminate their strategies and their agenda. There is also the International Criminal Court. So this is also an organization which is very important, and it concerns people all over the world, and especially journalists. So this is just grosso modo concerning human rights organizations and human rights instruments, human rights principles. and also regional, local, global, international organizations that devote themselves to protecting and defending human rights. Of course, next lecture we are going to focus on three big conventions. The first one, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. We are going to see in details the rights that are that we are all entitled to. Then we are going to focus on the International Convention of Civil and Political Rights, then the International Convention of Social, Cultural, and Economic Rights, because these are, I do believe, these are the most important conventions that we should get familiar with. So this is the end of the lecture. So the reference, so it's the website of the official website of the United Nations. So students who would like to just go deeper into the issue, beside the books that I have already assigned to you this morning. So also in those books, so you will see all those organizations and conventions, but it depends. You will see them according to the opinion of the writer. But anyway, when you have access to the United Nations website, so you will get familiar with the work of this organization, and with you will know the sub organizations, their rules, and at the same time you will get familiar with human rights violations, relatively speaking. Okay, so we cannot just uphold the whole truth about it. Well, so as usual, so there will be, if we have some time, I don't know exactly, but I have just a workshop for you. So it's entitled Vision for the Future. This workshop will serve as foundational introduction, paving the way for more advanced training on specific human rights issues or institutional mechanisms. So the group activity that you will be engaged to is that participants are going to work in groups to propose reforms or innovations. I can see that this morning many students have been engaged in criticizing what's going on in reality, and they claim something which is very healthy, that all what we have in the international in all these international organizations, it's very ideal, it's very sometimes very utopian. That's very nice, very optimistic. But when it comes to reality, so we get disappointed sometimes, disillusioned even. So in order to just maybe stop this disillusionment, so this is what I suggest to you. So please try to propose reforms or innovations for improving international human rights institutions and frameworks. If you criticize those institutions, and if you are not that maybe you don't feel that satisfied with those institutions, try to be very creative. And why not suggesting a framework, maybe even within your campus, within the university, to just maybe fight for, not fight but anyway, so we don't want to fight, but just to maybe to advance students' rights. Why not? So I think if we have time, I can give you time to do the workshop. We'll see with Dr. Capo. If we don't have, maybe it will be like as a homework. Then tomorrow, maybe we will have some time to discuss it. Thank you very much for your attention. So I think you can work now. I think it's possible. So. Or will it sit until tomorrow if you will leave at 5, or I don't know. This is something very important, and it will even enhance your creativity. But just when you suggest something, try to think about yourselves as students at this campus. Try to invent maybe an organization that will be devoted to students' rights. Why not? Do you have an organization here about students' rights? Yes, you have it? Do you have it? Okay, that's fine. No? Okay, so I think that if we have some time, Dr. Kapu, so we will be engaged in the workshop. If not, so I have telling them that maybe it will be as a homework for tomorrow. Okay, so you can take it as a homework. Please, please do it. Do it, and tomorrow we are going to discuss your suggestions and proposals, okay? So you can have the screenshot of this workshop. This is something related to the lecture of today, since we have been talking about human rights principles and human rights organization institutional frameworks. Do you have any questions, by the way, or should we finish, Doctor? It's fine. Yes. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes, sure. Oh, yes, there is another one, but maybe tomorrow. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes, to the point.
The duration is till 2030. There also again they have revised those sustainable goals. Here they are talking in goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower to all women and girls.
Yeah.
They have added girls because when we are talking about the women, it's only focusing those ladies or those are married. But they are emphasizing that we should give clear indication this is not only within the girls.
Yeah.
Within the women, sorry. It should be focused on the girls also.
Yes, yes. Very good remark, yes.
Where this our great personality, he was saying that we should focus with those aspects. And my views is that
yes.
Education is one of the instruments where it can promote or it can
Exactly.
protect
Yes.
those aspects.
Of course.
In MDG goal number 2, there is talking about achievement universal primary education. So when we are facing those aspects from the beginning of the life of the children, those primary education can be promoted. So there are also somehow those organization and SDG and MDG goal is interlinked. And in the Indian context, now NEP 2020 National Education Policy, they are
Yes.
also talking about inclusivity in the higher education.
Yes, yes. Inclusivity, yes.
Education. And back to that, in NEP 1986, there they are focusing about children rights and children nutrition, even for the women. So I think those ideas India has adopted from those.
Yes, of course. Yes, from those international treaties, yes.
Our great personality, he was saying, so we are on the developing stage. So he was clearly mentioned, we are on the developing stage. But by very first, we cannot achieve until unless we are in together.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And he was also about the island. So in that island, that is most of the time, it is out of the context sometimes. So maybe he was talking about those human rights should be reached in the unreached area, not only in island, some other aspects. And where that is where he was saying somehow
Yes, Paulo Freire.
Pedagogy of
Yes,
oppression.
yes, yes.
Then it was so when human rights they cannot enjoy or they cannot feel they might be under the oppressed by the oppression.
Yes, exactly.
It is
Yes. Mm-hmm.
so when this oppression of these things has come up, but we can come with some positivity. That is the next one, I think next
Yes.
class or next.
Yes, yeah. You can vision the future. You can vision a better future. Why not?
I think all of us can.
Yes, of course. Yes. Thank you very much for these insightful remarks. Okay, so you were very concise and precise, and I do appreciate that you have been very interested in the lecture, and you have been even concentrating on every single detail. So this is something very important to me. I would like to hear other students, and I do appreciate students' engagement in the lecture, because this is why I am here. I would like also to learn about Indian experiences, as I would like you to learn about Moroccan experiences. So you see, you have talked about how India, for example, is like making a tremendous effort to develop human rights. The same thing in Morocco. So we are really very engaged, okay, in promoting human rights and in establishing a democratic state. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So I think, yeah, we should finish now. So see you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much. Please do your homework. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
We have journalists from Tezpur, so they will take
From?
the light from Doodarsan. That's a national channel.
Yes.
So
It's
they
a
will take the-
channel.
Yeah, yeah.
Your national channel. Okay. Yes, but where can I see this? Where can I watch it?
Radio and a national channel. The radio channel basically, but Doordarshan is national basically.
Yes. Okay. Just 1 minute.
And waiting. I also
Yes. Okay.
requested them to
Ah.
attend
Yes.
just
Yes.
because
Okay.
of